Alright, good morning everyone. So going live a little bit sooner than I said I would, because again it's just that situation where like I got some spare time, I don't get anything to do in that spare time, so we're just going to get started. And honestly I need all the help I can get, or all the time I can get working on the Satisfactory power situation. So get our audio check out of the way. Okay, everything works. Fabulous. I love it when things work. Boot up Satisfactory. So, last time we were working on Satisfactory, we got like 80% of the wiring up and functioning, at least in terms of the actual fuel generators. We've got the oil pumped in. We figured out why that was not going over the hill. We've got the fuel refineries hooked up to the turbofuel refineries. We've got a lot of the stuff that needs to go from heavy fuel and plastic and packaging our spare fuel. So all that's done. We've got everything. We've got a runoff system so that the system doesn't stop producing power, because it's important that keeps working. The autosave should be accurate to when we were last here. This stream, English, this stream we need to work on getting compacted coal, and we need to get the water over the hill. The water should be the easy part. Because I've got most of that like planned out already, and I kind of figured out where our last thing went wrong. So yeah, we were down here, got everything up there running. Do I have enough stuff to potentially... Got all that. I need to make sure I've got like motors and stuff. These heat sinks, motors, yep. I'm just going to start throwing random odds and ends in here if I don't. Steel pipes. Throw a spare thing of beams. I think our computer thing in there is full. We can throw the Sommer sloop in there, that'll be fine. We can throw the tickets in there, that'll probably be fine. Throw the wood in there. Okay. Let's take the... It'll just be faster if I run this way. I was going to say let's take the quick way and go up there to the power lines, but getting to our hypertube network would take too long. I really should put ladders on the sides of these so that I can get up there. But that's a project for another day. Yeah, because that's got to go up. Okay. If I see a weird thing, I've got to make sure that it's aesthetically going to end up more or less the way I want it to. Okay. I mean, really, we could build our water pump up here, but I also don't want to clutter this area too much, because I might end up using this area. And also there's uranium, so at some point it's going to become dangerous to be up here. Okay. so that one's our water. Logistics. So that's going to go up there. It's going to come this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be about right. And then I'll have one right for... Good enough. Yeah, about there. Logistics. We only need to mark one pipe because this is only going to pump 120 water. That's going to be more than we need. Is that straight? No, that's angled slightly. Well, I can... Where's... Definitely wall support, yes. Okay. Put that there. That might be able to go just straight up. I thought we'd have to do the fancy around the block type thing, but that might just be able to go straight up. Okay, makes things a lot easier. I do kind of want to see. That should put it about in line with the metal thing. Maybe about there? Wrong button. Okay, so we are going to learn from our mistakes. Put a pump right there. Okay, so that's going to cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the next one should go about there. Easy enough so far. Let's work on getting power down here while we are in the area. We don't need that oil yet, so I'm not even going to bother trying to get it up top. Heck, I kind of think the oil that we're bringing over is more than we need. But I'd have to redo some of the math on that. Basic wall. I want to get up there and make the wall like a double back type of deal. Ooh, almost jumped off the side. Because if I only needed to double back once, that'd be the preferable outcome. Pipeline Mark 1. Did end up putting that in the right place. The reason why I'm hesitating now is because I'm pretty sure there's like a green radioactive fluff tail up there, and I really don't want to mess with that too much. That looks pretty straight. Okay, and then we want a pipeline pump. 1, 2. We need to do this. 1. Come on, give me something I can use. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Really? You're going to turn to night now and fuck with me? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I want it to be about there. might be straight. Maybe I was thinking of the other spot where there were a couple of hooftails. Okay, but that does end up working out about the way I need it to. That up to there. And then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm gonna make some higher walls. So that I can put the power line no, I want a through wall connector. Works for me. That, and then that. And then I can use the other side. Power this, make another throughput. I'm very particular, don't worry about it. Ah, but hang on, that's because this has to get pulled. Like that. And then you get that, and then this. That has to get up there. I can hop this. I can make this work. Okay, and then we need this here. I'm gonna put a pipeline wall hole here. I know it doesn't really come out perfect. But right now I do not need perfect. What I need is functional. Okay, so that should start pumping down toward the bottom. We just need to line up all of these. And then, once we get this done, we only need to get compacted coal. Only, but that is going to be a bitch. Minor epilepsy warning, because apparently this thing likes to freak out. Actually, by angling my view down a little bit, it blocks out all the weird flashy bits. Okay, so we're not going to worry too much about... Do I need to worry too much about it? Probably don't need to worry that much, because I can probably just fudge it. I'm going to go up there and see where... If I go that way and then hop up there and then take the zip line over, that'll be pretty quick. I want to see where we need to get the water in. Oh, come on. Nope. Shit. Thank you. Probably this. Yep. Super easy too. I just wanted to check what the lineup on that was. Yeah, that's real easy. Okay, so let's start getting the pipelines back routed. Check something real quick, because paranoia does end up being just a tiny bit of a bitch. Everything works out. We're good. We're good. going to need to put a healthy number of pipeline pumps on here. Yep, and the water's gotten up this far, which is good. Pipeline pump. Followed by another pipeline pump. Instantly just ends up bringing me to the power thing, even though I didn't want that. Okay, that's... Yep, we're getting water. She's coming up the mountain. Yep, here we go. This is great. This is great. Because I was afraid this was going to end up being one of... or not one of the larger problems, but definitely like a problem that ended up needing to be solved. Ha ha ha. No sign yet of water making it down to the bottom, but that's fine. Logistics pipeline. So everything should be good. Don't want it to be like that tight. I can just do this stuff. Put that in line with that. And then this should be there, and then that should be that, and then this. So I want it to be in line with here. How did I do that? I made it one extra out. about there. That, and then that. This is beautiful. Yep, and I want the pipeline hole in the floor to be there. That's gonna go that way. That's not gonna work. And now we should see that filling up almost instantly. Yes. Yes. Okay. So now for the kind of difficult bit. Because I'm going to need to steal coal. I've got coal things over there. I want to use those specifically for all the steel we're going to be making on that end. I've got the coal over there that I can use. Hang on. I know there's going to be sulfur in that direction. There's sulfurs there? $1,300, and I would have to weave it. Do I have any of the packaged fuel in here that I can just use? I know I had packaged fuel somewhere. I want to see how much coal I'm going to end up needing. Well, might help, genius, if I plug up all the connectors. But okay, here's your coal. Coal and sulfur, I need 25 per minute times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 25 times 6, that's 350, that's 150. I think I'm just going to use this stuff over here, because I'm going to have to wire... I'm going to have to wire the sulfur anyway. And it just ends up being easier with how it comes out. That ends up being the sulfur. Those two are the coal. So if I have them both split off to our north way line here, Is it direct south yet? Okay, so should be able to bring it not quite here, but this is where I ought to aim. Actually, if I make one... If I make a line that comes out just a single line of foundations, turn this into a sub-bus. How far out from center do we end up being? That's the other thing. I like neat numbers. And if I'm making a main line like that, unless here's your edge. So we're already an extra 1. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yeah, that's pretty. 2, 4, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. How did I put this at exactly 80 out? Like an even 10. Having it on an even 10 is like my ideal. And it's just there. Didn't need it to be on 5s. Didn't need to do anything weird with it. It's just there on a 10. Other thing is this going to be enough of an incline to miss the rock? It's not. We could build over the rock. That's going to be a sulfur right there, isn't it? Yep. make a 1-meter ramp. The way that curves ends up kind of looking weird. We'll do another 5 up. So, I said we need 150. This is going to produce 120, so obviously we need to overclock it. Production miner number 2. Build that. If I have one in the middle, that doesn't quite work. And that only works if I have one. At one point, I thought these used to be like closer together, so it wasn't quite on the end as much. Or did I always just cross them? No, I definitely did not cross them like that. Sample, build menu. Well, for this, I think we can get away with just 2 rows anyways. We'll put on a Mark III. That might not be perfectly level, but it'll get us most of the way there. And then I'll have to swap around the coal stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Put 1 at the top here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I need to check these. Yeah, these are Mark 1s. So I can double that to 120. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull this one. Where'd that coal end up being in our inventory? There it is. Chew that for me. Do we have room for those? How's about heavies and that? What about rubber? Do we have room for rubber? Got a little bit of room for rubber. Just trying to have that eat resources. Okay, so production miner Mark II. We need to build an equipment workshop. Miner Mark II. I think that comes out about right. Come here, beastie. I want to use you for parts. Should end up being about here. Oh, he's trying to get mad at me. Pal, if you get mad, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to turn you into soup. Okay, so logistics. We're going to need a Mark III. Really? Okay. I'm gonna try to use these as like use the ones that I don't need as a kind of waypoint. So I should be able to get away with building it like here because it'll build up more. that about level? What do we think? Is that about level? No, I need at least one more. That should be mostly level. Not perfect, but definitely not the worst thing I've done. Okay, so we're not going to need these little goalposts anymore. I think I will, however, have this on like a slightly separate grid. Purely because not everything is going to always be running, and it's definitely not going to always be running the way I want to. Like that. I should have built a double-sided power thing. Okay, so put that out there. I'm gonna put the power line in the middle. This is going to come out and power the sulfur line. Don't need that. There's our coal power plant, the original one. Conveyor Mark III. Might as well start building the conveyors, that way that's at least going for us. So those are going to produce 120 a pop. Or no, I need, well, standard they're going to be able to produce 120 a pop. I need them to produce 150. So I only need to upgrade them a little bit in order to have them produce what I currently need. Sorry, itch. Okay, so that's there, and then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This actually kind of works out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can probably get away with 7, right? 7's... Nope, cannot get away with 7. Fuck off. Stack of pole. For aesthetic reasons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There. There. Yeah, I'll start here. Sure, why not? I believe, yes, this should be, because that came down in the center. We built this out from there. Okay, yep. So I'll make that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now we gotta build stuff going that way. Yep, yep, yep. So the bus train is going to elevate at this point, or earlier in. Earlier that way it would have. So I shouldn't have to worry about hitting the bus or the train lines. Nah. I'll keep that as the outer line for it. Or rather, the inner line. I know I could batch destroy them, but I'm kind of worried I'll destroy something I didn't want to. Take those out for now. And then those are going to be from the leftmost line, so they're going to stay. Central line, leftmost line, out. You wanna play? Come on, let's play. Use you for biofuel. Might have to weave around this one. Alright, not too much of a hiccup. Kind of amusing that just being there, though. Sure, we're going to drop those in. See if we're getting the plastic done. See if we're getting some iron rods absorbed. Did we already eat all the cable? Yeah, we got room for a little bit of cable, not much. Fortunately, I have a small thing of cable. We got all the quick wire, normal wire. We can absorb that much. Absorb that too. Probably absorb the iron plates. KKK. Not that KKK. Just I'm thinking to myself, and I'm trying to like reassure myself that everything's going to be all right, and that I can do it, and I'm not going to fuck it up. And I accidentally do a thing that is not good. Where's my iron rods? It's 2, 3, 4 stacks of iron rods. Let's grab a bunch of steel beams. So I want to see where... Okay, so we lost... Was that just like supplementary coal? It had to have been. Okay, so we're not even really like shutting down production. We just lost a little bit. Okay, that's doable. Grab a ton of that stuff so that we don't have to worry too much on that front. Pop in here so that I can scroll down to... Do I not have the thing to make... Oh, I need to make alien proteins first. Need to make more biofuel so that I don't eventually like run the jetpack out. Some of the food I ate's not sitting particularly well with me. Okay, I'm gonna try to get like the next 100 down, and then the rest we can just throw into our extra dimensional storage space. This, we're just going to throw that in there. Okay, and do I need I should get concrete. I should also make a couple of power shards while I can, shouldn't I? think I have any screws in my extra dimensional storage. I can do that. I don't think I have any other quartz crystal in my extra dimensional storage. We have 7 Mercer spheres. Can I upgrade the storage capacity? Alien tech. Stack increased by 1. I would need a lot of those triangular things. 4 of those. Down by 4, down by 6. We are not going to have nearly enough reanimated Sam. So that's going to be a whole project. Power shards. Power shards. Need power shards. So I've basically got planned out where I need the coal and the sulfur to go. Just a matter now of getting it from A to B. I hooked both of those up to this grid, right? That's going that way. That's... okay, so they should both be hooked up. Okay. Probably should have spent the time to make the conveyor pulls. Did I not grab concrete? God damn it, I was right there. Brain. Right, I wanted to grab the concrete, and then I was like, wait a minute, we can upgrade the other thing. Ends up being a problem anyway. If we finish early, we can work on fiddling around with alien tech and increasing our storage capacity.
start making the second line. Keep building, just keep building. You know, in theory, I might be able to get away with stopping the bus going that direction on the other side, or going in this direction on the other side, by having the lines dip through the floor and veer away. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. That. And then you'd probably be there, so that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That. Like that. Sneezes. Ugh. God damn it. Whew. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops, not that one. Shit, I did the wrong thing again. Six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh. We're getting close. I mean, that would be a bit of a trip, wouldn't it? Go up there, that's... You're probably getting into the power plant territory, so I might be able to get away with it. I think that's just what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to cut it off here. Have the lines bite into the ground and swing off left. One, two, three, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna put. Nah. Hopefully we don't have too many things that end up doing this. Just gonna do that for reference. Okay, that works out. Kinda. Also have them pop through the wall. I think this is the better idea. In the top, they go out the bottom. Everything else we figure out. Come on. Work with me. Now that we've got the water hooked up, compacted coal might legitimately be the last thing that we need. I believe that's how that was hooked up. Yep. Everything still works. And it's mostly aesthetically pleasing. I mean, don't get me wrong, could always be better, but most of it's functioning the way I intended it to. Just gonna throw a couple of these. Whew. God damn. I'm gonna take my shirt off real quick. It's getting warm in here. Ugh. Speaking of, I should have learned how nice quality the Critical Role stuff is, because that's a Critical Role shirt, and my God, the pajamas are so soft. I should have learned about that years ago. Like, I knew Critical Role had pajamas, but they do not try hard enough to sell those. That is some soft, warm, quality stuff right there. Well, okay, not warm, but like pretty good for how thick it is. Or thin. Like they are just pajamas, but they feel so much softer and like better than you'd think they would. Might also be just because I haven't gotten new pajamas in years, but my God, so nice. Okay, so our dimensional storage has a couple of slots that we can do stuff with. We're going to drop those in. We're going to drop those in. I'm going to drop those in. Computers we're full of. We're going to throw our screws in. Mod frames, heavy frames. Plastic's not worth trying. Quick wire? Not worth trying. Ah. We're good. Do that. That. Home stretch. I need to remember how far apart we've placed our power towers, because we are going to need to make a couple of those heading towards our water area out there. We airborne. I need to get the top before I can figure out the exact spacing, I think. So from center to center, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Not far enough. From center to center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35 from center to center. $35. What a trip. Sneezes. Just got to glide on back. So once I get done this project, because we should be getting it done like around the time frame I thought I would. Which is to say that I'll have quite a bit of time left. I will be ending stream for like 3 seconds while I set up Dredge again, because I want Dredge to be like its own thing in my VOD section, so I'm gonna split this VOD the only way I know how, by ending stream for like 5 seconds. So yeah, once we get everything wired up and ready to go, that's going to be a thing. So I just want to... Okay, so all of our fuel is going to be eaten up. This outputs turbo fuel. I'm going to make 2... two industrial buffers. And realistically, these are never going to get used. No, I can stack these. Hang on. I got an idea. But then I need to put a pump. No, I'll just build them side by side. Side by side is fine. Logistics. Power slug. Yeah. So though the power pylon bases are 35 foundations apart. 35 times 8 is 280 meters. Middle to middle. Okay, well, first off, I kind of fucked that one. You know, it's not too late. I don't know exactly like what thing I was aiming for. I think it was gonna be like this foundation was gonna be like the middle. So I should probably move it one further out. Blueprints. The good news is, thanks to all that practice I had building these, I kind of know what to look for and what to aim for. Not quite sure how pivotal that was to everything, but I guess we're going to find out. Oh, I'll leave that there. Okay, so 35, right? From center to center. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay, so this is going to be the center. That. That. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so yeah, that's definitely going to be. If I'm over here, there's going to be a reason for it. So I'm going to build that facing that direction. going to hook up like that. Probably should have built a power strut coming off the top there, but you know, it is what it is. We'll figure that out. Line up right. Hello, Starflight. Sorry I didn't get to your message right away. Project today is getting our compacted coal up and running so that we can get turbofuel generators. They're way over there by that power pylon in the distance. We can get our turbofuels generators up and running. I've already wired in the water to make residual plastic. I've got all the fuel that, or all the oil that we need. Now I just need to get the coal and the sulfur, and it should just be a matter of plugging everything in after that. Oh, and I need to boost up the miners a little bit, because the miners are only going to produce 120 normally, because we don't have access to tier 3 miners yet. So I have a couple of power slugs on me, and we're going to wire those up, and everything should function? Maybe, possibly, hopefully, I don't know. Because I am not doing the packaged fuel recipe, no. Well, I have a packaged fuel recipe as part of it, but it doesn't really play any key role. It's just to siphon off some extra fuel so that I have some packaged fuel so that I can use for my jetpack and stuff. Is that the packaged fuel recipe that, like, unpackages way more than you put in? Because I remember there being some recipe like that out there. Yeah, I haven't found that recipe yet. I've got... There are like 7 or 8 recipes or hard drives, so probably closer to 16 recipes. Yeah, I've probably got like 16 recipes in my MAM right now that I'm not using because they're honestly not that great. So, okay, if I plug that in. Okay, now our coal miner has power. Our sulfur miner should have power. Come on. Spit out some coal. Thank you. Do I need to go in here? I probably do, yeah. Where are our little power boys? So that's going to generate us 180, which in itself is more than we need. So I'm just going to let that do its thing for now. Make some more complex ones. Some not so fun ones. Yeah, it's... I mainly aim for efficiency in this, so like... I'll only grab the recipes that... Like the pure iron recipe. That makes all the iron mining stuff a lot easier, because I don't need as much raw iron. That does 180... So these are both going to meet my needs because I only need 150. Yeah, I try to make every resource node on the map worth it. I don't try to use every single one, but I try to get the most out of them. Could probably do something with that wire. Move that wire, because that... probably don't need that. Okay, so the fastest way is just going to be to take the zip lines. Up we go. Yeah, I haven't gotten too many of the power slugs and the alien tech stuff either. I have started with alien tech. There's a resource sink thing over there. But, haven't invested too much. Because I want to get all of that up and running. And honestly, I haven't even started on that side. It's my first playthrough since 1.0. I've played before. So... my first playthrough, I don't think they had oil yet. Or if they did have oil, it was still... when you could put down one of the oil pumps, and it would just make barreled oil. Like before they had fluid mechanics and all that. Yeah. That whole thing is a mess. I am not looking forward to wiring that. Just wiring this bit has taken me like 12 hours. Okay. So our things probably should have stayed up there because I don't think I had the nodes placed quite right. That's over there. Yeah, I think our coal and sulfur should go about there. I think that's where the resources are. So if I make a line... have that go there. Logistics. We're going to pretend that that doesn't do that. Ooh, wait, no, I know how to make it work for me. I think I got what yeah. That's the other thing. I like having an aesthetic that, like, it should all kinda work out. That might be a little bit tight. We're gonna find out about that one. When did I build a Mark III? It works! And then that's gonna be built up straight. that. And that's going to go that way. Yeah, that kind of works. And then those are going to be on this platform, which works until we reach there. Can I model that a little bit differently? No, because that's going to give me a conniption if I try to move it. But you can stack the ceiling mounts. Come on, I just need to look at it proper. That should be stacked. Fix it. Don't tell me how long I've been playing for. One, two, three, four. Yeah, this should work. And then that becomes a problem. But I can shift it in one. Hang on, I gotta figure out where I want to start, like, adjusting my things here. Because that sulfur... Yeah, it's got to go over here. Trying to get over those. That starts about there. So if I... do that... I wish I had a jetpack at this stage, but... yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it, too. Appeasing the OCD, because... I don't particularly like spaghetti. At least not in terms of, the belts and the pipes. I like being able to see where things go so that if anything goes horribly, horribly wrong, I can fix it. Or if I decide to, like, overclock a belt, I know where that belt goes. But yeah. That water goes to the refineries that are going to produce our plastic. That's going to take the residual, not the residual fuel, the blue thing that comes out of the refineries. Polymer resin, that's the word I was looking for. That. I'm not going to finish that quite yet, because I want to put the conveyor holes in so I know where exactly it all comes out. And then this. How far can I stretch you? There. How far can I stretch you? Yeah, I probably should have checked that one first. I want them to line up. Okay, I did make that into a Mark III belt. Good, I'm not going completely Delulu. Ah, who am I kidding? I am completely crazy. It's fine. Everyone who plays Satisfactory is a little bit delusional. That. That. Come on, attach to the pole, you piece of junk. Thank you. Did I build over it? I should have. Yes, this is where it moves inward one. Okay, yep. That should attach to the right level. The one on the right seems to have done some funky nonsense. What the hell? Come on. Hook up the correct way. You absolute nugget. Thank you. You take that level, and you go to there. You take this level. Come on. Go there. That's the wrong... That one. It's alive! It's alive! I didn't super jump. God dang it. Made it. Honestly, wasn't even trying to jump there. Still made the jump. I feel great. Okay, so I'm only going to put the lifts for one of the resources because these are going to be annoying as all get out. Can I do... I don't think... There's 6 of them. Which is both easy and complicated, because now I've got to figure out how I want to wire these down below. Okay. I want these. You're too far away, ain't you? You know what? I can work with that. So, the fun bit is that I'm going to end up doing these at 2 separate levels. One level is going to have the sulfur, the other level is going to have the coal. Why not use Mark III? Yeah, I'm going to need 2 separate splitters. If I put you there, are you going to work right? I have it on my hotbar. There we go. I can put a splitter there. Of course you're not going to work right. Why would you cooperate? That's silly. Why would you do that? I think I can force it to work. Okay, pull out the splitter. I like it being right in line with that. We're going to rip off the belt. And just make a belt. I need it to be like one more over. That way, you piece of absolute junk. You know, so I make sure I've got this going the right way. I'm gonna start it in that lift, because that's gonna pull things up. Actually going to end up building it like that so that I make sure that I've got enough room. Splitter goes there. That gets erased. That's 2s. That can be fine. Lift mark 1, belt mark 1, that into that, that into that. That's those 3. And then this one's going to end up being simpler. I had to pause for a minute to think about how much each of these is eating. You're annoying me. Okay. The cup works. Somehow, even when I'm looking straight up. But we're going to ignore that lack of physics. Bell number one. Bell number one. You know, honestly, I could probably squeeze one of the resources on this side. No, because then I need room for the outputs. Fuck, is that output going to be... Yeah, that output's going to be blocked, but I can probably swing it so that those come down. Yeah, I can have a conveyor up there, that'll be fine. Game is more phi than psi. Yep, that's a thing, all right. Attach that. What do you mean invalid? Game, I am going to slap you. Is it on the wrong altitude? No, it's not even on the wrong altitude. That there. And then I just need to build this on top of it. Did that build on top or did that build behind? It built behind. You absolute... Built in the right spot. It built in the right spot. Okay, good. Mark 3. We're going to take this one first. That's going to be a default shape. That's going to hook up to there. Okay, that's one of the two resources done. Can I zoop them? That's a good question. No, there's no option to zoop them. Hadn't actually thought of that. That was a good pointer though. I need to get up there. Let me up. Thank you. Up we go. No. That last one was actually a good pointer because, like, if I could zoop them, that would save so much time. But unfortunately, it does not seem that the ceiling mounts are zoopable. Okay, gotta make sure I put these the right way. Nope. Thank you. That, those are those. we got coal. Okay, all the coal is coming in. Next question. Are these all set? Sometimes I forget to set like one or two of them, or I only set the ones on the ends, but it looks like I set everything correctly. A project that is so many days in the making is almost done. Now for the really hard bit. So that's there. So there's a chance this is just within distance. Ha 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 ha, just within distance. But it works. Okay, so I'm going to use Mark. Did I not build that as a Mark III? Whoops. That could have been bad. Okay, so if I build that. Like that. First off, I don't know how... that should be like a full section lower. So I should be pretty much in the clear as far as making more splitters. I'm going to put that one there this time. I'm going to put this one here. I am working from almost nothing. I'm still going to have that go the other way. The curse of aesthetics is killing me. Do the right thing, do the right thing, do the right thing. It did the right thing. Okay, we're good. Goes to there. Build that. That. And then I don't know what the exact distance is, but yeah, I'm trying to have it 2 clicks off. So that hopefully nothing intersects. Okay, that's going to be marked as straight. And then that goes into there. That's going to be in there. I think I've done it. Almost too much. Almost too much. Okay, we're dropping the mouse DPI down. 1 click, 2 click. Click, 2 click. Probably helps if I have all the things facing the right direction, huh? Oh wait, no, that was that facing the right direction? Well, it is now. Each click is 1 meter. Okay, yeah, so it is a 2 meter offset. Okay. So I should be able to take that and plug that into there, and then that goes into there. You go into there, and then you go into there. Now, it should just be a matter of taking the compacted coal, plugging it into the refineries that actually make the turbofuel, and then getting the turbofuel to the generators. We are just about done. Okay, so I said I can't use that one because I did a stupid down below, but it's easy enough to fix. How much does this generate? Just 25? Yep, just 25. Okay, so that's only going to make 50. I can put... I mean, my primary thing right now is I want to make sure that these have the space so that I can put in either a single line or like mergers. Would that work if I put them all closer? Apparently that works. Don't forget to hydrate. Yeah, hydrating's a thing. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. So that eats that, goes down there. These will work on virtually no clearance. Always listen for the click to make sure it actually works. Okay, so that's all your coal. These are crude oil. That's your other thing. Polymer resin water to get plastic. Yep. Through. This should be fuel. Nope, this is the turbofuel. Okay. So this is where I've got to get everything. How much coal does that eat? Only 15. Okay. Doing a Mark 1 is perfectly fine. Make sure those are in line. Come on. I always listen for the click, because if even one thing is off, the whole system ends up crashing. Okay. And then... Nope, that's a hole in the wall. I want holes in the floor. We should have enough spare power in the network to get everything started. My plan is to let the system run. One thing to save me loads of time for blueprinting. Yeah, that's what I'm eventually going to do. I just haven't for a while because I've done all of the phases. I don't need more parts. I just need to get the factory up and running so that I can actually make the 500 and 100 whatever advanced things, because that's what I really need, and I haven't really been able to make them thus far. Okay, so I need to get those into the line of refineries here. Okay. Ah! So what was that other one? I can fix this, kind of. If I put in a floor hole there. Okay. That's gonna have a thing. 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 Those Dang it, I'm dumb. That ends up being a relatively easy fix, because I can move the junction. Game, I want to do a thing. Can you just let me do the thing? Actually ends up being kind of symmetrical, so fuck it. No, do the thing right. Symmetry! Okay, so I need to get my coal over to here. That needs to go past everything there. If I... How many am I producing? 150? No, I'm going to start this further back. Because I'll put a merger. No, I'm going to move it over one. Get the thing I want. That merger goes there. And then that. And then that. And then you get deleted because you're not needed. Put a merger. And a merger. Fix that. Hit the wrong button for a moment. Everything's going to work. And I put a merger. Where exactly? Here-ish? I'm going to make that a lift mark 2. Is it pretty? No. Does it work? Yes. Okay, so each of those is going to eat 15. Great. For a second I was going to ask if there's 9, but then I remembered there's those two in the middle. So there's not 9, there's like 12. No, not 12. 3, 6, 10. There's 10. Okay. No, that one. When you know how you want something to work, and it's just a matter of seeing if the game cooperates. Or I thought I did. I'm starting to doubt myself again. Ah! I'm a stickler for efficiency and it just bites me. Because there is no neatly dividing all of that. Except more or less the way that I've already done it on the first one. Do you prefer load balanced logistics? I think it depends on the situation. Typically, I'm more up for load balance stuff. But manifold does sometimes look nice. Okay, so I'm going to start over here. Start building Mark 3s because I've got plenty of Mark 3 shit that I can just play with. Gonna throw that there. Each of these only has to be a Mark 1. I can make straight belts. drive myself insane. I hit E instead of 3. It kind of annoys me. Okay. So I've got all the splitters in place. So I need to make a splitter over here. Manifold to save on space. Yeah, that works. Okay. One splitter. Goes there. I think I know what to do. That splits that way, goes into there. That goes that way and splits into those two. No. No. Try it the first time. Put that. Too much logistics makes the brain box hurt. Fuck do you mean the belt is too steep? It's a straight fucking line. It's because that's not lined up fully. Okay, what if I start on that side and make that straight, and your ass goes into there? You work that way. No, you're fine, Starlight. It's fine. The chat is actually a little bit delayed because I'm I'm using the OBS, so it shouldn't be delayed at all. But I glance over at chat when I'm like between thoughts, and you're not interrupting anything. Don't worry about it. It's perfectly fine. It's the hassle of being a streamer, because streamers always have to juggle how much do you interact with chat versus how much do you focus on playing the game. And Satisfactory is kind of a game where if you lose focus on what you're doing, you end up in a bit of a situation. So I am working through it. I think we almost got it figured out. I built that, so that's there. That's going to there. And then if I build first splitter there, so that splits off. And I build that splitter there, so that splits off. And then I build this to be a Mark II. Okay, so it comes down at 150-ish. Splits, so it's 75 go each way. That goes, that goes. Make that a Mark II just to make sure everything's there. That's going to be Mark II. I think that's balanced. Yes, I did choose this, and I am having all of the regrets. All the regret is mine. Okay, so Pipeline Mark 1 can deal 300. Which should be plenty to handle all of this. Come on, work for me, work for me. Just because someone chooses to do a thing that they think will be like logistically satisfying at one point does not mean it is going to end up being that way at the end. I'll say that. Like, I thought so much that this was going to be easier than it has ended up being. Like, I thought this would just take a couple hours to wire up. No, it's taken a couple hours today to wire up. I've been working on this project for like the last 4 or 5 Satisfactory streams that I've done. Like, this has been a project. God dang it, and it would help if the game would cooperate with where I want to build things. Yeah, first was doing out the math, which was fun. Then was finding the oil. Then was building these pipelines to go all the way out and collect resources. Like, it has been a journey. Okay, so that collects all the turbofuel. The turbofuel goes up there, hits the first fluid buffer, Starts filling it up. Goes to the second fluid buffer. Okay, so now I just gotta... We're at the end. We're at the end. I just need to wire up the power generators. Oh, this feels so good. If this actually works. If this actually works. So what did I fuck up and where did I put the things that fix it? Okay, so the thing that fixes it is there. So we eliminate that. We eliminate that. Conveyor lift. That one. Yeah, that'll be fine. How much turbo fuel are we making per refinery? Only 18. 10, 12. Nah, definitely not more than 300. Fuck. I got stuck. There was something else I fudged up, right? Where'd that go? Or was that just the other... That was the pipeline thing that I moved, right? That was... I think that was just the pipelines that I moved. Okay. Oh, nope, that's off center. Oh, god dang it. I moved my mouse a little too much. Okay, pipelines. Sometimes I hate that the game allows so much clipping. At times, clipping is great. At times, it can be frustrating. Okay. All of that. All of that's hooked up. Are all of these set to Turbofuel? Looks like it. Okay. That's going to eat our spare fuel. Because this is a smart splitter. That's for overflow. That packages the fuel, regular fuel. Regular fuel goes into the storage container. All the surplus gets thrown out there. You. Plastic? Yes, probably. That goes that goes there, that goes that. That's just for the plastic, which goes over there and using. There. I think I was angry about that. That's all lined up. That's good. That's good. That's good. That fixed. Not quite happy about that spacing, but fuck it. Best aesthetic sort of thing. Okay. Gonna run this down to the end. That. That's the first line of generators. Second and third. That's going to go and start just splitting down the line. I think, maybe, probably, I don't fucking know anymore. Is that how I want it to go? Probably. It's the easiest way to do it. then junction. Put it there so that I know they've got enough room and I don't mess up the connections. Do I care about that being particularly nice? No, because this has taken way too long already and I am tired. There, about there, about there, and about there. Nope, not that way, this way. Better not freaking attack me, you stupid spitters. About there. About there. So if I remember right, as long as I don't plug in the generators, they shouldn't. You annoying. Fine, I'm gonna use your fuel. Turn you into barbecue. Okay, now that that's over, where was I? As long as I don't plug in the generators, they shouldn't turn on, which means that I can build up a small supply of turbofuel, which I can then use to flood the pipes with. Yes, they were very rude. They couldn't wait for me to be done. I was going to leave them alone, and they chose violence. Also makes me kind of dizzy working like this, because I'm looking up and every small movement of my mouse kind of like shifts my viewing angle all over the place. So this has been much more of a headache than I thought, although thankfully you can build from really far away, so I didn't actually have to build scaffolding. That would have been a bigger headache. All of that's plugged in. Just need to get this line. Okay, that's done. Oh. Yeah, making a temporary floor probably would have been a good idea. Let me up, you piece of shit. Thank you. I hate it when you catch on the zip line and then you think you miss, so you instantly try to catch again and you just keep jumping on and off. Okay, so power poles. No, not there. Okay, shit's gonna start working. $364 fire. 3 hut making copper. Jesus. That is a project. Are you okay? So, we should be building up a backlog. Why was that blue? You had better fill up with turbo fuel, I swear to God. Oh, thank Christ. Oh, thank Christ, it's filling with turbo fuel. Oh. Oh, I almost had a heart attack. If I had accidentally filled that with water, I would have died. I would have straight up died. Yeah. I just want to make sure that we get, like, fuel in the pipes and in the buffers before we start routing it all to the generators. Because the generators are going to eat it about as quickly as it comes out. So I want to be ready. This is the problem we're having now. Because I'm pretty sure I set everything so that it eats exactly our fuel production. And we're hitting that point when it's starting to work. Well, I could, yeah. At the same time, it's not the regular fuel that's exactly a problem. Because this is running fairly efficiently. It's just a matter of we don't have a backstock of turbo fuel yet. And whichever one of these is filling up quicker is eventually going to reach its maximum capacity. And once it hits maximum capacity, more fuel is going to start going to whichever ones are on the slightly depleted side. So it will balance out. I just need whichever one is full to, or whichever one is filling first to max out. Why are you not getting any containers? Why are you not getting water? Okay, so things should actually be filling up quicker than normal because we're not making packaged fuel. Fuck if I know why, but I'm gonna find out. That's got water. Fuck, I'm dumb. I am dumb. Don't worry, it's just packaged fuel, nothing serious. Yeah, it's the one thing I don't particularly like about the refineries. It's kind of hard to tell which side is the input, which side is the output. Come on, select the right thing. So, wash her. I think I did that toward the beginning of stream. so that, and then we put a thingy. There-ish. Just to make it work. Ha! And we should see that keep pumping. Actually, no, because it's not plugged in up top. Because I didn't. I had to readjust the thing. So I need to go back up top and make sure that the things are plugged in. Now they're in a new position. 95% fixed. Come on. Thank you, God. Wasn't it these? I put pipeline holes. What the shit? They're under the other... Wait. Are they? No. They can't be. I think where I put those ends up being under some of our refineries. Okay, so it is this. Oh, I can see that one kind of. I'm just going to mark a few viable areas. Because I did something weird. And I don't know what it is. So we're going to find out. They're under... They're under the refineries. God have mercy on me. Okay. Plan 47. This is going there. We cut off that little nub. I don't know how to make... I don't know how to stack like a pipe support that goes under... Because that just tries to build the pipe. What if I... Lift Mark II. It's got default settings. This is not going to be pretty, but at this point I just want it to work. Okay. You're getting shoved in there. You're getting shoved in there. You're getting shoved in there. That's getting shoved in there. The only way to do that is under floors. Oh, god damn it. Tell me 1.1 allows you to do some weird thing that fixes that, because 1.1 has so many neat features that I do not currently have access to, because this is not the 1.1 experimental. There's smoke. It's buggy. Okay, that should be working. Which means that all this should be working. Which means that we should be making some kind of turbo fuel backlog. Right, the fuel makes the polymer resin. The polymer resin got backed up, so it didn't make fuel. Do I have a cutoff for polymer resin? $30. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 180 polymer resin. That's plastic. 60. Okay, so we should be eating it as quickly as we're producing it. Which means that if I rob these of polymer resin for the moment... Okay, that should be making just... Yeah, the extras are going that way. We should be making a bunch of regular fuel stuffs. Yes, packaged fuel. Give me the gasoline. Ha 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 ha. Turbofuel. So none of those are on yet because I'm waiting for these to start like actually filling up. Okay, things are actually like starting to work. Ugh. God damn it. Generators aren't going to turn on until I plug them in. These are still filling up. Production efficiency is rising. That's got more juice than the biofuel, I'll tell you what. No, that's okay, Starlight. I'm good. Okay, these are still waiting on stuff. Amount in pipe. In theory, these should be filling up. Come on. Yep, we got turbo fuel pumping. I think those pipes are like nearly full. I think we're actually getting pretty close to the point where it's really going to start backing up into the buffers, Twice as effective as the freaking biofuel. No, let me have it. By the time buffers are half full, they should be good. Yep, yep. So that's holding at around 250. This is the second one in the line. 200. Come on. It is weird how the lines buffer themselves. Fills and it drains, drains and it fills. Where it all goes, nobody knows. Yeah, that's... The backwash is what always confuses me, because I would like the fluids to work a little bit more like the solids. Like they just go toward the end of the line. But yeah, you get that weird effect where, oh, sometimes the pipe's not 100% full. Sometimes it gets maximum capacity and then just starts back flooding into other pipes. It's extremely weird and frustrating. Okay, now it's climbed to 270. Come on. Okay, so the amount in that pipe is good. You have your... You know what it probably is? Some of it's that these are probably just filling up. Yeah. Some of these are still filling up with turbo fuel. Which is weird because those each have 250 units of turbo fuel in them. Why aren't you using it? I mean, you don't have power in the first place because I didn't plug you in yet. But why aren't you at least filling up? 300 meters cubed. That's a new maximum. I think most of these are full now. I mean, that one had 30 something. These have 30. I'm gonna do a thing that should... Valves help with the backwash effect a little bit. Inventory of 50, most stars unless plugged in generators fulfill. I mean, the generators I've got up there are not plugged in and they are filling, so... Weird shit that happens in video games. I got enough fuel for it. I got enough fuel for it. I had enough fuel for it. That's eating our spares. Does this have... Yep, that's got a bunch of spare containers. Okay, that's good. I can't actually climb that. Fuck you, game. Can you at least let me climb the ladder? Thank you very much. That one's got 300. That one's got 200. No connection. Well, no connection is the least of my worries. I could probably get away with starting these up. Because this is filling. It's just not filling near as quickly as I would want it to. I love it when they're not sputtering. I currently have 25 fuel generators. Which is not much. Or turbo fuel generators. It's not much, but it... How? But it should be enough to power all of that. Maybe. Everything's running smoothly. uh... Satisfactory, I don't know what your bullshit is with fluids, but that's... It's getting thrown in, that's getting thrown in, that's getting thrown in. And I have 13 coupons. Ugh. Yeah, the thing about having a good bump in power... I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you. This may or may not be larger than you realized. So, this is everything necessary to produce the parts for Phase 3 in give or take 2 hours. With a little bit extra left over for miscellaneous projects. At the end of each of these long lines, is a priority power node, or maybe not a priority power node, but like a power switch. I powered up the refineries briefly, and this entire layout is probably going to eat all of the power that I just made with those 25 turbo fuel generators. And even then, I don't know if I can power all of this and keep the tiny factory I've got going down there from Phase 1 operational. I might have to unplug all of that. Ugh. God dang it. I am very happy with progress today. We have obtained pollution. Batteries. I've got a bank of 9 batteries over by the coal power plant, but yeah, I'm probably going to end up expanding that. Save game. What is this, number 16? Okay. I am not going to like completely end stream. But I am going to turn stream off and then back on again real quick so that I can pull up Dredge, because I want to isolate the Dredge VODs, and I do not have much in the way of expertise when it comes to editing videos and VODs and other media on my PC. So I'm just going to end stream here real quick with that save, and I'll be back in less than a minute with Dredge. Shut up, fix it. I know it's been 4 hours. I'll be back in 2 seconds.